Hello everyone and welcome along to today's English-speaking coverage of the meeting in Riyadh. It's Thursday the 27th of November. This is meeting 39 and runners and riders for the first of our 12 races are making their way down to the start. Our opening race today is a locally bred fillies contest for those fillies who've won up to 2 races so far in their careers, and as you can see, the runners are heading on down to the start. The race to be run over the distance of 1,200 metres, and we have for the first race a full field of 14. Glorious sunny afternoon here in Riyadh. And on the international betting market, Mia is the 9-4 favourite, with Jcsa at 11-4, 130 Timidat with Nakada at 5-1, Mumtera at 11-2, Mitolea at 11-1, and it is 18-1 bar those. So the field are gathering down at the start for our opening contest, and as they do so, Mia, the international race favourite here, classy filly. It's actually quite heavily raced during a solid juvenile campaign, but I think it's fair to say that unofficial figures rates perhaps as the one to beat. And there she is in shot in the orange and black coloured jacket, Mia, the mount of Louis Morales. The white stable here have a Timidat, horse at number 7, just about to go through shot. This one was a winner here 3 weeks ago. That was over the trip of 1,400 metres, so should at this trip be strong at the winning line. Daughter of Premium Tap. And another who has to be considered here, a Timidat, who's currently in at 130 on the international betting market. Jcsa, another who's fancied. Jcsa is horse number 5. Will be coming out of stall 12 here, but has done pretty well, it must be said, over this 1,200 metre distance. Has won 2 out of 3 and won nicely in a handicap event on her penultimate start. She's likely to go from the front and might just take a little bit of pegging back. So we'll see how this opening contest unfolds. Runners are at the start. Of those 2 white stable runners, as is usually the case, the one that's higher up in the race card, not necessarily the one who has the best chance, but the one who's had higher up in the race card. So the lower number 7, a Timidat, will carry the first set of the silk. So therefore the green cap here on Wafiat Ahid will go in the red cap, horse number 10. It's the same for the red stable runners here. You'll see there number 3, Mumtera, going through shot with the red cap. Natfar, number 13, jockey Ricardo Ferreira, will be in the white cap. Certainly makes it nice and easy to understand when the owners are represented by more than one horse. And it must be said that these 3-year-olds are all taking in the preliminaries nice and calmly. The 7 horse there, a Timidat, Camilo Ospina on board, does look well. Lovely patterns in the hindquarters, and generally, as I say, taking in the prelims nice and relaxed, which is what you want to see. Varying degrees of race experience among the runners here. In fairness, the vast majority of them have had a good few goes now, but there are 1 or 2 on debut here today. Umnalu is one of those, horse at number 12, first start this afternoon. Ayad Al-Tarisi taking the ride. I think actually the only newcomer, Natfar, has had just the 1 run so far. Yeah, just the 1 newcomer here, Umnalu. But a pretty big price, it must be said, on the international betting market here at 33-1, which is sort of understandable when this filly's pitched in against more experienced opposition. Not only that, opposition who have shown a decent level of form so far in their careers. So we're just about 2 minutes away from the scheduled off time for this first race, local time of 3:10 in Riyadh, post time for our opening contest. And as I say, it won't be too much longer before they are taken into line for this. The winners of up to 2 races so far, fillies only, locally bred fillies, 25,000 Saudi Riyals on offer to the winner. And they tend to be very punctual here as well. Really efficient at loading up processes. And the loading up process, as I say, has now started ahead of this opening race, the first of 12. And as is the case with certain other jurisdictions, they load the odd-numbered stalls up first and then move on to the evens just to space them apart a little bit here. And as they continue to head behind, Messamir, probably the one to beat here, will be coming out of stall number 7, Louis Morales on board. Heading forward here is the 13, this is Natfar. And is now just a couple more out of line, and they are Nawarat Al Shamal and also Sok Tuak. And then we'll be ready for our opening contest this Thursday. Best of luck. 14 of them. And it is just stall 6 here for Sok Tuak. Mohammed Al Habib taking the ride to complete the lineup for race 1. That's it, we're ready. Lined up over 1,200 metres. Sok Tuak just getting a little bit restless in stall 6, but they're off and racing, jumping away. Nakada broke well in the blue jacket over to the inside. Mitolea in a noseband is handy, so too Sok Tuak up towards the outside. They're followed by Natfar in the early stages, red jacket, white cap. And right up around the outside, pushing forward now is Saham to lead as they race into the turn. Just on the heels of the leading few is Timodat, and then further down the pack is Messamir, who's the last member of that leading bunch as they're now on the home turn and galloping back towards the final 600 metres. So 3 furlongs left to travel. Saham has the lead by around about a length and a half over Sok Tuak, who races in second. 2 lengths back off those is Natfar, with Mumtera now making ground around the outside but strongly driven as they run for home. Timodat is following those. Messamir with plenty of work to do, and this leader just keeps on rolling. Saham in the hands of Alexis Marino has got 5 or 6 lengths in hand and is coming away with every stride for an impressive win here. Over in second position, running on Mumtera down the outside of Natfar, but then no match whatsoever for Saham, who's made most of the running for a facile victory. Across the line in second position is Mumtera, and it was close for third with Nakada running on well down the outside. Sok Tuak was in the mix as well. A very easy win, though, for Saham and Alexis Marino, landing this opening contest, and took up the running as they prepare to turn out of the back straight, and quite frankly never looked back and has won this in a canter, eased down the final few strides. Second place will belong to Mumtera. It was quite close for third and fourth. Nakada, we're hearing, just got up into third place from Sok Tuak, who kept to the task in fourth. The winner clocking a time of 1 minute 15.94 seconds and has won eased down by no less than 5.5 lengths from Mumtera. Nakada a further 3.25 lengths back in third, and Sok Tuak a neck behind in fourth place. Saham, a well-deserved pat down the neck and an impressive winner of our first race. Runners now making their way down to post for race 2. It's a locally bred horses maiden contest. So a race for those who haven't yet managed to register a win in their careers. Most of them very short careers so far as well. There's the 11 heading on down. That was Imfi Ealia with Abdullah Al Hussein taking the ride. And here in shot is the 14 Shakra Al Hawir, Fahad Al Faradi taking the ride on this one. And the starting point, again down the back straight, 1,200 metres in front of the field. On the international betting market, Quantra is the favourite here at 11-4, with Shakra Al Hawir at 3-1, Hafla at 7-2, with Zaymar at 11-2, and Owaitha at 14-1 with Eshar. Zibadar at 14-1 as well, Al-Farani at 16s with Glock, Imfi Ealia and Izil, and also Sayakar and Tawahed, 20-1 bar. And there seems to be a fair bit of uncertainty here, and given the real lack of experience with a few of these, it's hardly any surprise. And Quanta with Muhammad Al Nassar in the plate is quite well fancied here, and actually ran second of 17 over this track and trip a fortnight ago. Is quite a pacey filly as well. She's likely to be one of the early front runners, but one or two others with definite prospects as well. Shakra Alawir, who has got a wide draw, 17. That's nowhere near as good as Quanta in 2, I think it's fair to say. Still 17 for Shakra Alawir, but again, does look fairly interesting, it must be said. Hasn't yet managed to win in 14 goes, but in all fairness has been pretty highly tried and ran at second over this course and distance last time out. And if that effort were to be repeated, Shakra Alawir could well be one who's going to be going close here, but possibly at the same time just vulnerable to anything with a glimmer more improvement, because that generally has been the case in this one's career so far. Of the others, Hafla, definitely one of interest here. Abdulaziz Al Faradi taking the ride. This is horse number 10. Did hang a little bit last month when seemingly coming to win the race, but can possibly be forgiven that. Has had the 6 tries now. She wouldn't say necessarily it was inexperience which got her that day, but maybe more a bit of a quirk, or maybe something just caught her eye. But supporters will be hoping that Hafla can run a little straighter today, and if she does, she would definitely be one with strong claims here. It's a big field. We have 18 of them down at the 1,200 metre start. The absentees here, 19, 20, 21 and 22. So as I say, 18 of them. And very shortly they will be heading behind the stalls. Post time in around about 2 minutes' time. The one horse here, Arab Al Majid, with Thab Al Timyat on board, dropping back quite markedly in trip here from 2,000 metres to the 1,200. Seems like Connections trying whatever they can in order to enable this one to finally get off the mark. And as I say, that is quite a significant drop in trip, isn't it, for the one horse Arab Al Majid. So they continue to circle down at the start. There's the 12 going through shot. That's Izil with Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride. This one on debut this afternoon and has the tongue tie fitted as well. Izil, horse at number 12. So the runners are about to head behind the starting stalls. They're in the red jacket with the white disc Zibada. Mohammed Al Yami taking the ride. Zibada right down at the bottom of the race card here, another one who is on racecourse introduction today. And will be coming out of stall 1, which, when you look at it, could be a good thing, but it could quickly become a bad thing if inexperience is to win here, because if she's drawn in stall 1 and she misses the break, she could very much end up in a really disadvantageous position. Loading up here at Riyadh for the second race on the card. First handful of runners have slotted forward. We had a very impressive winner of our first race, Jcsa, who clocked a time of 1 minute 15.94 seconds. We'll see how the times compare after this second race. Arab Al-Majid heading forward into stall number 18, this one towards the wide outside. Out of line as well, Zaymar for the white stable. Camilo Ospina taking the ride, heading forward now into stall 10. Chakra Alawir is to head on in as well, and also Twahed will be one of the last, maybe a couple more. Eshar and Al-Azhari. Al-Azhari in shot there, the red colours. Abdullah Alorfi taking the ride and about to take up position now in stall 15, and will complete the lineup for this locally bred horses maiden. Just shying away a little bit, but goes in now, and we're ready for race 2. And they're off. Jumping away over the 1,200-metre trip and breaking out smartly is Twahed, who's going to be one of the early front runners. Through along the inside is Quantar in the blue headgear, racing handily as well. These two just pairing off, just racing one another a little bit as they make their journey on towards the end of the back straight. They're followed in third by Eshar in the green-coloured jacket. Then in fourth is Zaymar, with over towards the inside following these Glock, and then out a little bit wider on the track as they make the run back towards the entrance to the home straight, Al-Azhari, who's carrying Chakra Alawir very wide, that one in the mauve colours, but it is Quantar who's shown very good speed from the get-go and brings them back towards the home straight under Muhannad Al-Nassar with a 2 to 3 length lead now. From in second, Twahed, who's about to be swamped for that position. Glock over towards the inside, and then Kili Kamal, who's trying hard to come forward, and also Morawek Al-Bal as they race into the closing stages, and finishing off the race strongly, Awatha as well. The black cap has to switch around the outside of the leader. Quantar tying up with Awatha down the centre, down the outside, Morawek Al-Bal. It is Awatha getting to the front close home. Awatha goes on to land the prize from Quantar and Morawek Al-Bal, who are either side of the winner, and it was close for the miners in behind those also. Awatha in the hands of Fawaz Al-Shamari has come home in front to get off the mark at the 11th time of asking. Didn't have the greatest of runs through, had to just switch around the tiring Quantar in the closing stages to get the run, but lands the prize. Quantar maybe just hanging on for the second spot, and Morawek Al-Bal and Tariq Al-Mansour has also run home strongly down at the outside. Awatha is recording the victory in a time of 1 minute 17.36 seconds, so a fair bit slower than our opening contest, and when you consider this horse was pushed all out as well, just highlights perhaps how impressive our opening race winner was. Wins by half a length over Quantar, who's second. A head back in third was Morawek Al-Bal, and we're just awaiting official confirmation for fourth place, which was also fairly close, but an exciting finish, and it's Awatha who comes out on top with 3 of them driving for the line together in our second race, this locally bred horses maiden. I can tell you that Infi Aelia was the one who came home in fourth place, just in front of Glock, but it's a win for Awatha. Fawaz Al-Shamari all smiles following race 2.
مبروك يا الله يبارك فيك.
Our next race is for fillies who have won up to 2 races in their careers so far, and many of these are really inexperienced, it must be said. There's not a great deal of race experience to go on, but of those who have run, there is some fair form on offer, and some of it provided by Al Massoum, who is the favourite on the international betting market at current odds of 5-4, with Ala Jane at 4-1 along with Shams, Cowther at 5-1, Tafared at 11-1 with Tedium, and 16-1 and upwards at the other runners. Al Massoum partnered by Camilo Ospina here. Horse number 3 will be coming out of stall 10. We'll get a look at Al Massoum shortly. But one or two of interest here. You'll see that the 13 horse there, Shams, jockey wearing the white cap, Mohammed Aldaham, on board. The second set of owner Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malik Al Sabah Silks. And the first set carried by Ricardo Ferreira, who's on board Cowther, horse number 8. So they start over by the tower here, with 1,400-metre distance in front of the field, so just a little further down the track than they were. And we've touched on Al Massoum, who comes here as the international market favourite and did well when winning here on debut, scored by a long way. That was earlier on in the month, and if building on that, might just be a tough nut to crack once again here. But there are dangers, and maybe the most likely of them will be this Ala Jane, who herself is a winner. Horse number 2, ran second in this grade a couple of weeks ago, was actually in front of Aislat Al Muhammadiyah, who reopposes here. Aislat Al Muhammadiyah is horse number 1, and I think the question over this 1,400-metre trip with Ala Jane is whether or not she sees it out quite as well as perhaps going over a fraction shorter. But she definitely looks a player, and again, the nice thing here, if you do want to side with Ala Jane, is the fact that she's drawn in stall 1, so she's right along the inside, which is certainly no bad thing for one who's got a fair bit of experience in the context of this race to rely on. I think Cowther's mildly interesting. Next door to Ala Jane here will be coming out of stall number 2. Cowther's horse number 8, a UK import. I've actually seen this filly in the flesh in the past, and she's got a fair degree of experience. And it was only over a mile here a fortnight ago that she was collared at Cowther. That was a really good effort. And this step back down to the 1,400-metre trip, I think, looks absolutely tailor-made for her. And she'd possibly be my idea of the play here. I think that Al Massoum probably is the one to beat. Certainly at the prices on that international betting market, Cowther at 11-2 rates interesting. She looks to have a pretty solid chance from that good draw. Al Massoum, let's not forget, will be coming out of stall 10, so is a fair bit wider on the track. Tafared is another who's mildly interesting as well. Has had a few starts, did win on the penultimate outing, will be coming out of stall number 8. Tafared with Louis Morales taking the ride, running in the colours of Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, and Tafared, horse number 4 here. 1 out of 4 in the career so far, and again, she's not entirely discounted. As they circle, they'll be loading up shortly with just a minute or so to the official off time. Al Massoum looking to extend her unbeaten run here to 2 out of 2. Camilo Ospina on board. Aislat Al Muhammadi are about to take up her position in stall number 3. Farhad Al Faradi taking the ride on this one. Ala Jane has the assistance of Alexis Marino in the saddle. Alexis is looking for a double on the card. There's the 9 in shot. That's Muteshra with Abdullah Al-Odib on board and heading on in together with Tafared and Louis Morales, who's now slotting into stall 8. White cap for Shams, Mohammed Aldaham into a wide stall here. Early part of the race. From out a bit wider on the track, Osis is also handy. And another racing well to the fore is Al Duhaira. That one's in the red colours. Green cap around the outside is Al Masoom. And Anna Ragad in the purple and blue colours on the wide outside as they're about to hit the turn. With not too far off the speed either, Teduom in the dark green and yellow. So they make the journey left-handed out of the back straight. And on doing so, Ala Jane and a double-seeking Alexis Marino has picked up the running by a neck. With Al Masoom now coming there strongly around the outside and Al Duhaira up in between them. They're followed back on into the home straight by Osis, and then around the wide outside, Shams is trying hard to stay on, is now on ahead of Anna Ragad as they make the journey on in. Aizlat Al Muhammadia is over towards the inside as they now straighten up for home with just over a furlong and a bit to travel. And Al Masoom down the outside is now coming through to challenge Ala Jane and takes it up. Less than a furlong to travel now, and Al Masoom defending her unbeaten run. She's going to do it all right. She's going to extend it to 2 and pull away in the closing stages under Camilo Ospina. She just changed her leg. She's found her stride, her best stride close to the line, and it's a big one as well. And Al Masoom remains unbeaten, goes on to win it impressively. Tight for second with Ala Jane joined on the line by the running on Tartil towards the outer, and a little break to the 4th. Lots to like about that. Al Masoom has gone on to win. She still runs, particularly at the end of the race, as if she has a bit to learn, but she's got plenty of ability, that's for sure, and she's now unbeaten in 2 starts. Camilo Ospina on board, and that's a really nice performance, scoring in a time of 1 minute 30.76 seconds. She wins by no less than 7 1/4 lengths. Tartil has got up to finish in second, and through for third will be Ala Jane, just beaten in that photo finish for second place. Ran well and possibly in some ways sets a little bit of a benchmark for the form. Cowther ran on to finish in 4th without ever really threatening. None of them in the end were close to Al Masoom, who's registered an impressive victory.
شكرا برو. الحمد لله. الحمد لله.
Runners now making their way to post for our fourth race on the card. This is the winners of 0 to 1 race, locally bred fillies in action this time. And the absentees numbers 12, 22, 23 and 24. The 21 horse gets a run here. That's Sadat Kerr, which means that we do have 20 of them making their way on down. Turkey Aldasari has come in for the ride on Sadat Kerr, who's a big price here as they slowly make their way on down to the start. Favourite on the international betting front is Sahof, who's in at 9 to 4. This is a last time out with Kasabat Altalat at 3 to 1, Madarat at 130 with Neabia at 11 to 2. It is 14 to 1 and upwards. The other runners, they're racing over 1400 metres once again, so the start to the race down near the entrance to the back straight. And probably a fair few with chances here. The favourite drawn on the outside in stall 17, Sohof, horse number 1, partnered by Farhad Al Taraidi. And Sohof actually has been drawn wide before, and it hasn't stopped her, because when she won last time out, she was up towards the wide outside, but landed a race here over track and trip. And in all fairness, this on paper doesn't look a great deal tougher, so can certainly see why Sohof is one of the more fancied contenders here. Trained by Gaith Al Gaith, and as I say, definitely one with a strong chance here. There's the 6-in shot, that's Jawarat Haya, Abdullah Al Hussein. A few last-minute adjustments to Jawarat Haya. And talking of those drawn wide, well, she's right down on the outer wing here in stall number 20, which will make life fairly tough for her, one would imagine here. A 22 to 1 chance on the international betting market, and yet to really get all that competitive in a handful of starts to date. And probably needs to take a sizable step forward in order to land this. There's the 18, that is Shartner. Nawaf Al-Mudiani will be back in the saddle shortly on Shartner, who is on debut here today, but hasn't been given the kindest of draws to run from on this racecourse introduction, and is out on the wing in stall number 19. The 2 there in shot, that's Al-Bane. Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride. Gets the best of the draw here in stall number 1, and has been placed in maidens over both 1200 and 1600 metres. And there's a little bit of ability there. There's the 20 going through shot in the red and white colours. That is Zinat Al-Rafah with Yusuf Al-Husin taking the ride. This one a newcomer today, and will be running from stall number 16. There are better bred runners in the field, however. Green and white colours there for Rinat Al-Muhammadi with Mohammed Al-Hubail taking the ride. This one has had 2 starts so far, but has failed to get competitive. Running down the middle here from the start in stall number 9. That's number 17, Rinat Al-Muhammadi. And the loading up process will be getting underway any moment. We're now just a minute or so from the off time, which is locally at 4:30. Now, where's the 13 horse been going here? This is Mumfazar, Abdulaziz Al Musa, and I wonder if they parted company on the way to the start, because she seemed to be brought across there for quite some time, which may just be the reason as to why they've held on to the loading up process. And it looks like they're just checking one of her shoes as well. So Mumfazar has had the 1 run so far, was down the field on that occasion as well, tailed off, was actually behind at Sohof. It was in the same race, and obviously whatever's happened on the way to post here is not going to rate a positive for her claims. Mumfazar, who's just having her legs checked over, making sure that All is okay. I want the legs feeling nice and cold. And she's clearly been deemed fit to run here because Abdulaziz Al Musa has got back on board, and they are now loading the stalls for this locally bred fillies contest. The fillies who have won up to one race in their lives so far. Zinat Al Rifar about to head forward. This is the 15, Nayabia. Alexis Marino looking for a double. She looked well, actually, Nayabia, down at the start. She's had the one run so far. Finished fifth, certainly wasn't disgraced. Likely to be more to come. Seemed to know her job on debut. This is the 13, Mfaza, Abdulaziz Al Musa, heading forward here. Stall 18 for the Kemat Twake stable. And out of line as well is Madarat, Tariq Al Mansour, regular rider here, taking the ride. Second in both starts to date. Probably won't be too long before she's winning one here, Madarat. Think might be the last one to head into the stalls at the 1400-metre gate. They're ready and away. Off and racing, and in the early stages, Rianat Al Muhammadi is going to show up fairly prominently. The one who missed the break quite badly was Najmat Neom, who's tailed off through the early part of the race, and now surging forward in the green colours, Jalilat Al Zaman to lead. So Jalilat Al Zaman has the advantage with to the inside the grey. And then parked out a little bit wider is Albani, and deeper still to Lil Fakama Enwan as they race on towards the end of the back straight, with Nayabia over towards the inside in the dark colours catching up a little bit. Sohoff on the wide outside is also now coming forward together as they make the run back towards the entrance to the home straight with Carbea. So less than 600 metres to run. Going off pretty fast up at the head of affairs, Jalilat Al Zaman, but is about to come back to them, and fairly rapidly so, with Kasabat Al Talat now moving through the black sleeves and cap. And up around the outside, Carbea is also competitive. They're being chased by Sohoff, who's now up into fourth, as they make the run down towards the final furlong. And as they do so, Carbea on the outside, challenging Kasabat Al Talat for the lead. Sohoff wandering around is now switched over to the inside, and then in behind them, Bint Zamluka running on very strongly down the centre of the track into the closing stages. Kasabat Al Talat has the lead. Bint Zamluka absolutely charging, didn't quite make it. Didn't quite get there. It's held on to Kasabat Al Talat. Kasabat Al Talat from the fast finishing Bint Zamluka, and they were a little way in advance of their rivals. An exciting finish, and Kasabat Al Talat, Ricardo Ferreira, just about holding on. But the big eye catcher here, Bint Zamluka, on her second start, absolutely flying home down the outside, has just failed, has been beaten ahead in the end. Sohoff is third, and Carbea will be given the verdict for fourth place. Kasabat Al Talat, in a time of 1 minute 32.23 seconds, wins by a head, a diminishing head, over Bint Zamluka in second place, who I'm sure is going to go into plenty of notebooks following that run. Sohoff back in third, didn't run in a straight line down the home straight, beaten a further length and 3/4, and Carbea a further length behind in fourth. A dramatic finish to our fourth race, and Kasabat Al Talat hanging on by a whisker.
قدام قدام خلاص.
مشينا
Thank you, thank you.
Runners about to exit the paddock for our fifth race. Make their way on down to the 2,000-metre start. We're just a little bit past time here. Or we will be. We're just 2 minutes or so from post time, but as I say, just slightly delayed here. And the favourite to land this getting on for 10 furlong contest is Abu Shakra, who's in at 9-4. With second in at Sanhan at 11-4, 4-1 Wanham Feek, with Rafwa at 11-2, Aladed at 10-1, with Easy Horse at 14-1, Tarb Hadar at 14-1, with Faras Al Maidan, with Tehid at 16-1, Phoenix at 22-1 with Shawes, and it is 28-1 bar those. They are now making their way down to post. There in shot is the 11, that's Phoenix, with Abdullah Alorfi taking the ride. Not too sure what's caused the delay here. It's a locally bred horses maiden contest, so again, none of them have managed to win a race so far. There is the 13. That's Shawes Abdulaziz Al Yesh taking the ride on this one. So the runners making their way on down for this 2,000-metre contest. 4- and 5-year-olds in action. And Abu Shakra, who is, as I say, one of the favourites on the international race market, actually looks to hold fairly strong claims here. Does stay well, finished 5th over this track and trip a month ago, and it rates a pretty fair piece of form as well. Not underestimated if repeating that effort, or preferably even bettering it here today. By the way, the absentees here, and there are a few of them, 7, 9, 21, 22, 23 and 24. So that will leave us with a field of 18 here as they make their way on down to the start. So Abu Shakra we've touched on. What about Sanhan here, the mount of Louis Morales? Sanhan, who again looks to be one of those with claims here. Horse number 12 has been running quite well in maiden company of late, and ran a good race, staying on over 1,400 metres earlier on in the month. So the extra yardage today likely to play into Sanhan's hands here. And another one who has a chance, stall 16, but the wide draw's not necessarily a bad thing here. As you can see, that's a long old shoot up to the entrance into the back straight proper, so they've got plenty of time to sort themselves out. What about Wanham Feek here, who's drawn in stall 8, another well-fancied contender. Wanham Feek, number 16 on the card. Farhad Al Faradi taking the ride. 0 from 6 so far, this individual, but has finished runner-up each of the last 2 outings. They've both been creditable efforts. They've both been over 1,600 metres. And it's interesting now that connections are taking a step up in trip with Wanham Feek here today. The 20 horse there, Rawafar, just going through shot, and a Camillo Ospina. Looks for a double on the card, has had the 2 runs so far. Hasn't really troubled the judge all that much. And we're now a couple of minutes already past post time. We have just slipped past the clock here. Not too sure of the full reasonings for that. Very snazzy colours there. Yellow with the black box with a star in. That's Tarb Hadar with Munir Al Musa taking off the 4 kilo allowance on board. Tarb Hadar Ran with a little bit of promise when running 5th of 19 on the debut effort. That was over 1,600 metres last week. This probably demands a little bit more, but a lightly raced horse is open to improvement and drawn right down the middle here in stall number 9. No bad thing. Just arriving down at the start there is horse number 8, that's Lugano. Tariq Al-Mansour, who rides this track really well on board, but 0 from 9 so far, and Lugano has a whole load of duck eggs next to his name. Hasn't been threatening at all, and at the moment looks to be an individual of fairly limited ability, but there's still time. So the runners are now at the post behind the stalls. Hopefully they'll be loading up shortly. As I say, we are just looking to catch up a little bit of time here for this locally bred horse's maiden. There in shot is the 11 horse, that's Phoenix. Abdullah Alofi on board, has had the 6 starts so far, hasn't yet won. Obviously this is a maiden, but there have been glimmers of promise here and there with Phoenix. Actually had a fair old absence layoff, did this horse, drawn in stall 17 here today. 12th of 17 on that comeback run. That was over 1,400 metres last month. It will need improving on, but likely to strip fitter this time. You always worry a little bit with horses in this situation whether the old bounce factor is going to come into play, and it is a distinct possibility here. So if you are just joining us, this is race 5 at Riyadh today. We were due off local time of 4:55 p.m, but we are now some way behind the clock, a good 4 to 5 minutes already. Not too sure what the delay, what's caused it, but hopefully the runners very shortly will start to load up for the latest race. On the international betting market, Abu Shakra at 5 to 2 is the favourite, with Sanha at 3 to 1. Wanham Feek at 4 to 1, with Rawafar at 6s. Aladhead at 11 to 1. Easy Horse at 14s, with Tab Hadar, Faras Al Maidan, and then Mutayahid at 16 to 1 and 25 to 1 at bar those. And now the runners heading into the stalls. So I think we're going to be around about 5 or 6 minutes late off. Hopefully they'll be able to catch up the time. They don't always catch up the time in this part of the world, but hopefully they can recoup some of the minutes lost. One thing that is, again, really impressive over here is the way that the runners load the stalls. It is so efficient, so quick, and almost like a flash, 18 of them in the stalls and ready to go. Lined up then, set, long hold, the flag was risen, then it was dropped, it's up again, and it's down with purpose this time. They're off and racing. And a little bit slow in getting going was Jcsa on the very wide outside from stall 20. One of the first to show to advantage as they settle themselves down. Rawafar over to the inside in the green cap. Is racing in company with Aladhead, the green sleeves white cap, and out much wider on the course is Shawes, who's now coming through to take up an overall advantage. Shawes then shows with even wider out on the track. Nomasina coming forward, Nomasina being followed by Al-Nishar, who takes the shorter route in the red and black colours, and then over towards the inside, Rawafar still in a fairly prominent sit, with not too far off the pace either Aladhead as they make the run fairly steadily, I'd say, going down the back straight for the one and only time, with looking to work up into contention Mutayahid. That one is in blue and white colours, not too far off the speed, with up around the outside Sanhan, spot blue sleeves and a red cap, now making some forward ground. Back in behind those is Thoe's Arm, who's over towards the inside. Tab Hadar racing with those as they now prepare to make the left-handed turn out of the back straight. Very quickly, Shawes drops back through the field like a stone through water, and inheriting the lead on the home turn is Jcsa under Abdullah Al Credis, and has gone on by a neck. This lovely looking horse with up towards the outside, now pressing for the lead Al Nashar in the red and black coming through to take up the running now from Jcsa, who immediately comes off the bridle, with a close up in behind them Sanhan around the outside looking quite threatening, and Aladed is in the leading group as well as they straighten up for home, and then quietly ridden but creeping up into it now Wanham Feek down the outside, but kicking for home here is Al Nashar, and Ayad Al Tarisi with a furlong left to go has now poached a 5 or 6 length buffer, with running on all the time towards the outside. Wanham Feek takes second. Another who's staying on from a long way back down the outside, Tab Hadar, might well press for second, has gone into third, but this is all about one horse. That one horse is Al Nashar. Al Nashar is a clear winner. Very tight for second place with Tab Hadar and Wanham Feek both involved, and a little break to the fourth. Al Nashar and Ayad Al Tarisi, a fluent winner of our 5th race of the day. That locally bred horse is maiden, and in the end has spread eagled them to get off the mark and make it 13th time lucky. Al Nashar home in front. It was close for second. Tab Hadar has just managed to get that over Wanham Feek. Al Nashar winning in a time of 2 minutes 12.56 seconds. And wins by 7.5 lengths. Tab Hadar is second, ahead back in third Wanham Feek, and Sanhan got fourth, a further 2 3/4 lengths behind. So 2:12.56 the winning time for Al Nashar, who in the end has recorded a wide margin victory to make it 13th time lucky.
Tamam.
A slightly smaller field now for our sixth race of the day. This is an open race, and there's 85,000 Saudi Reals on offer here in Wynnum Place prize money, and they're making their way down to the start. Favourite on the international betting market is Jarif, with Alexis Marino taking the ride, looking for a double on today's card, and is on board a last time out winner, with Michael Schofield at 9-4, Tawak at 100-30, Alefar at 11-2, Abrika Al Khail is in at 16-1, Wardan at 33s with Zard, and then Shakra Al Miad at 22-1, and Shargoof at 40-1 is the outsider. Racing over 1,600 metres again on the dirt track at this time, and Jarif comes here with pretty strong claims, it must be said. Runner-up in last season's Saudi 2,000 guineas, and that was a conditions race that Jarif scored in last time out. But he really likes it here, and there's plenty to recommend him and his chances here today. Alexis Marino, as I say, looking for a double on today's card. Jarif, horse number 1, will be coming out of stall number 7. Now, maybe of the dangers, we're looking at the likes of Michael Schofield going in the white stable silks. Camillo Ospina taking the ride, also looking for a second winner here today, and gets the best of the draw as well along the inside in stall 1. Actually won a couple of times on the all-weather in the UK, and back in June was sold for some £350,000. Ran a decent enough third of 18 on Saudi debut a fortnight ago, and there should be a little bit more to come. Certainly looked well, as so many of the horses from this stable do. That's Michael Schofield in shot. And Twark is in at 130. Twark is horse number 5, with Azil Al-Zahani booked for the ride, and he'll be coming out of stall number 6. And he's been running primarily over shorter distances, but it might just be that stepping up to 1,600 metres won't be a bad thing. And he's another who can be recommended in what's probably quite an open little heat, this. Quite a few of those, however, towards the bottom of the race card, maybe just biting off a bit more than they can chew. There's the 4-horse Alefar going through shot. Now Al Firouz taking the ride on this one. Has won just 1 out of his 11 starts, although that win was on the penultimate outing, so fairly recently. And has form which ties in with Michael Schofield, because was beaten just ahead by that aforementioned runner when finishing 4th here a fortnight ago. And there might not be too much to choose between them again. I just feel, however, that Michael Schofield, from that good draw, with an informed pilot on board, might be able to improve a bit further. Lightly raced individual, regardless. He's been trained at Michael Schofield. He is sort of the unknown quantity still, I'd say, in this lineup. At the post then here, for the 6th race, the halfway marker of the meeting, under the floodlights now in Riyadh. They're in the yellow headgear, Shargoof, who's one of the big priced runners here. Has a bit to find, it must be said. Hasn't yet won a race in 10 tries, and was well down the field in maiden company last time out, and this rate's quite a bit more competitive. We said Michael Schofield's a good looking individual. There he is. And for a big ride, I'd say here, Camillo Ospina. Goggles coming down, Jarif, Alexis Marino on board. This is the race favourite on the international betting market at 6-4, and holding pretty strong as well. So the loading up about to commence, and looks like we're back to time here. They've used the opportunity with this smaller field to catch up the time lost. The previous race went off around about 6 minutes behind time, but we're now bang on post time here, 5:25 local time in Riyadh, for this open race over the 1,600 metre trip. 9 runners, a full field. Jarif heading forward, and so too Wardan. And we are just about ready to go. Best of luck here. Set to go for the 6th. Lined up and they're off, racing away. And a good start from Michael Schofield along the inside, with Twark out wider. And also coming forward fairly rapidly is, in these early stages, Abrik Al-Khail. That one in the light blue. And up towards the wide outside races Alefar. They're being followed in these early stages by Chakra Al-Miyad and also Zard, as they continue their work over in the back straight. And Wardan and Shargoof are racing next, the back marker Jarif by a little way as well, as at a steady tempo, and that's what Jarif will be looking to try and catch up from. It is Michael Schofield, eyeball for eyeball with Abrik Al-Khail. They are the leading pair. They're 2 lengths or so ahead of Alefar, who's now a clear 3rd. Leaving the back straight in 4th, up towards the outside is Twark, then comes Zard, and back in behind those on the outside, Wardan in company with Shargoof, and they're being chased by Chakra Al-Miyad, and steadily making some ground now in that light blue coloured jacket at the back at Jarif, but has many lengths to find. Now Michael Schofield taken on for the lead by Abrik Al-Khail as they race on into the home straight, but Michael Schofield is responding well. A length behind them, Alefar back in 3rd looks dangerous, and so too on the outside Twark, then Jarif as they race on down towards the final furlong. Michael Schofield has certainly got the better of Abrik Al-Khail, but is now pressed by Alefar. Jarif is staying on strongly down the outside, racing into the final 50 yards. In the centre, Alefar from Michael Schofield. Jarif continuing to finish off very powerfully down the outside. He's got to get there, Jarif. Jarif in time. Wow, what a ride from Alexis Marino. Jarif has nailed them and gets up on the line. Jarif it is from a long last to 1st. Getting the better of Alefar. Michael Schofield over towards the inside. A thriller. Jarif has managed to get up and win in unlikely circumstances there over in Riyadh, and has nailed Alefar right on the line to win in a time of 1 minute 44.39 seconds. What a good race that was. Alefar home in 2nd, beaten a neck in the end, and Michael Schofield a further neck away in 3rd place. Alexis Marino, I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted with how that's panned out. And I'd say we could upgrade that performance as well from Jarif. They didn't look to go overly hard in the closing stages, and he's come from a long last to 1st to get up on the line. Cracking stuff there for race 6. Jarif, our winner.
انا من فلسطين والله في صورة فلسطين. لبيت مورا هاي
Runners now making their way to post for race 7. A locally bred horse is Maiden here. And we have a big field once again. They go without at numbers 7, 22, 23 and 24. The 21 horse gets a run here. That's Dreamer. Eddie Castro has got the ride. And with that reserve getting in, it means that we do have a full 20 runner field here. Making their way on down to the 1600 metre starting point. And on the international betting market, Adal Mila is in at 13-8 favourite, with Riyadh Altabasha at 2-1, Bakhtar at 9-2, Shoa Al Muhammadia at 9-1, with Maglab at 11-1, 14-1 Bryden, Modhira at 14-1, with Mahati at 16s, 22-1 Lith Al Makdaba, and it is 18-1 Saham Alalia and Sakab Al Majid, 22-1 La Oyun Nada and Guanin, 25-1 bar those, as the runners are at the start here, and they'll be going behind very soon. Favourite then here, then Adal Mila. Fahad Al Faredi is taking the ride on Adal Mila, who is a pretty strong stayer, it must be said, over this trip of 1600 metres, and ran well over 1800 here back at this time last year. Came back to the track with a fair 6th placing last month, and is likely to strip fitter this time round. Plenty of dangers, though, in what looks to be a fairly open contest, and Riyadh Altabasha, who's right down at the bottom of the race card here, number 18, will be partnered by Louis Morales. 0 from 4 in her short career so far, but she's certainly shown signs of ability, and in all truth, she has the best piece of form probably of any of them to offer in this lineup, when finishing 4th of 8 in an open race here earlier on in the month. So Riyadh Altabasha definitely needs respecting. Adal Mila will be coming out of stall 12 and Riyadh Altabasha out of 17. So Riyadh Altabasha is drawn very wide here, but even so worthy of consideration, bringing to the table some of the best form on offer. Bakhtar is another who I think has claims here, as Alexis Marino now eyes up a treble on the day after that tremendous ride in the previous race to bring Jarif through from a long last to first in what wasn't the fastest of run races. Bakhtar has got a little bit of stamina to prove here today, and if anything has shown plenty of speed in the run so far. So interesting that Connections are now taking the plunge, bringing her up in trip for today's outing. So runners behind the stalls, they'll be going forward shortly. They've managed to catch up the time lost. Another who will have chances of sorts here perhaps is Shoa Al Muhammadia, who does have some appealing form figures. Horse number 19 will be coming out of stall 15 and has finished in the first 3 in 2 of her last 3 outings. So definitely one worthy of respect. And that was a run last time out when finishing 3rd on her first start for trainer Ahmed Al-Shaya, and likely to build on that further. Stall 15, probably not ideal, but it could have been worse. And she might rate as a little bit of value perhaps against 1 or 2 of those shorter in the international betting market. So the runners are circling down at the start. As you may well know by now, the horses that are taken into the middle of that circle, they're the ones which are needing some last-minute assistance down at the start. La Oyun Nada in the centre at the moment, along with Bakhtar. Alexis Marino enjoying a fine day and is on board Bakhtar, seeking a treble. There in shot is Lith Al Makdaba with Fawaz Al Shamari in the saddle. And Fawaz, another jockey who's been amongst the winners here today, rode an earlier race winner. Loading up then underway. The loading up processes have been very swift and efficient so far in Riyadh today, as we move towards the commencement of race 7 on the card, race 7 of 12. Still a fair few out of line. Adal Mila likely to be galloping on strongly all the way to the line, as we say, is a strong stayer at this sort of trip. 1 or 2 going up in trip, a couple coming down. Is the 8 horse here, Saham Al-Layliar, with Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride. Stall 14 for this one, hasn't really troubled the judge in 4 runs to date. So the final few now heading forward. Shoa Al-Muhammadiyah is out of line. Saham Al-Layliar about to head forward as well, along with Yeglik and also Modhira. 20 runners then for this locally bred horses maiden, spread right across the track at the 1600-metre start. And off, jumping away, and all coming out fairly cleanly as well. And one of the first to show to advantage will be Yeglik, who's right down the middle. Also prominent is Dreamer, as they settle themselves down then and over towards the inside of Dreamer, and hot on the speed as well as they run through the opening furlong. Shoa Al-Muhammadiyah, without a little bit wider, Riyadh Al-Tabasha not too far off the pace. On the very wide outside is Guanin in these early stages, and just ahead of that one, Amin Al-Anaya is over towards the inside. Adal Milar working its way up into mid-pack as they head towards the end of the back straight, and also Saham Al-Layliar now getting competitive as well. It is Dreamer in front by half a length or so on the home turn from Riyadh Al-Tabasha, who's now moved into second spot, with making some swift progress now Modhira to come up into it on the wide outside, and also moving up into contention Saham Al-Layliar, the red sleeves, as they're making the run back towards the home straight. Maglab is following those, and in turn is a couple of lengths or so in front now of Yeglik, and then towards the outside is Shoa Al-Muhammadiyah, but swinging on into the home straight, and up ahead now Modhira down the wide outside, coming through to put it to Riyadh Al-Tabasha. Riyadh Al-Tabasha in the centre, Modhira closest the camera, and they're now moving on a couple of lengths away from Dreamer, back in third, who's one-paced, but into the concluding stages they go, and Riyadh Al-Tabasha and Luis Morales are keeping on stoutly here, and they lead by a couple of lengths over Modhira, and are going to land the prize. Riyadh Al-Tabasha runs out a comfortable enough winner, ridden out to beat Modhira, with late on the scene Adal Milar never nearer, snatches the third spot and is in front of Maglab and Yeglik. Yeah, Riyadh Al-Tabasha is off the mark at the 5th time of asking. Luis Morales on board and has done that nicely, always hanging on from Modhira up the home straight. They were both drawn wide, 17 the winner, 20 the runner-up, and there's around about 2 3/4 lengths between them at the line. That's official. Riyadh Al-Tabasha in a time of 1 minute 45.17 seconds beats Modhira by 2 3/4 lengths, 2 1/4 lengths back to Adal Milar, who got going all too late back in third, and Maglab was best of the rest in fourth. But Riyadh Al-Tabasha makes it 5th time lucky and takes our 7th race on the card.
يلا هنا الحمد لله.
Moving ahead to our 8th race, it's a maiden contest, and the non-runners here are numbers 22, 23 and 24. 16 as well. Nahar is out. That means that number 21, Marshoom, gets a run and will have the assistance of double seeking Ricardo Souza Ferreira in the saddle. They're arriving down at the start, and 1,600 metres the journey in front of the field. Given that the reserve gets in, it means that we have another full complement of 20 runners. Now, on the international betting market, the favourite is Creative Time, who's in at 11-4, with Marshoom at 130, Badran at 4-1 with Dr. Nicholas, Bark Alfahad at 15-2. Habri is in at 12-1 with Al-Qaid at 14s, the same price as Kings Road and Al-Shabar, with Mitol Boy at 16-1, Bain at 18-1, Dahabia at 18-1, and it is 22-1 bar those. So they are gathered down at the start for our latest race here in Riyadh today, race 8 of 12, Creative Time, up at the head of the betting then on the international markets at 11-4, and Creative Time with definite claims, it must be said, as they circle down at the start. Creative Time, who's had 8 tries so far, hasn't got close on too many of those outings, it must be said, but I think it was the second placing back in January in a 0-90 handicap. That looks to be a real standout bit of form on offer in this lineup. Although it was a fair time ago, but if you can build on that, Creative Time might just take a little bit of beating here. But for me, I think I'd rather sort of look elsewhere. Marshoom, definitely one who appeals here. This is the reserve who has got a run, number 21 on the card. Unexposed sort, and he's from a pacey family, that's for sure, and he's had a couple of goes so far. Ran 4th on debut, 5th next time up. Wasn't necessarily progression from first run to the second, but Ricardo Souza Ferreira, as I say, already among the winners here today. And he'll be taking the inside stall as well, stall 1, that Nahar was meant to be running from. So that again, a real positive. I think he might be the answer here against the market leader. There are others as well. Badran, who's not to be discounted. Badran will be coming out of stall number 12. This one on debut today. And wouldn't have to be a superstar to land this. It's a pretty weak maiden, I think it's fair to say. Another who would have claims is Dr. Nicholas, who's had a small handful of goes. Mohammed Aldaham taking the ride. I say a small handful, has actually had over the 1,400-metre trip here last October. Chased home a pretty smart individual that day, and it might just be that with him dropping in grade, which he is today, is going to prove beneficial. So the runners circling at the start. We are officially 2 minutes away from the scheduled off time for this maiden contest. Ray there, number 17, that's Saudi Moon, with Salman Al Rashid taking the ride. 0 from 7 so far. Ran 5th last time out. That was a mildly improved display. 10 horse there, Frost and Freeze, who's another of the greys. Muhammad Al Nassar taking off a kilo as well. This one 0 from 9 so far. As you can see, it's a fairly weak contest here. 3-year-olds only. And they are about to head into the stalls for what is race 8 on today's Riyadh card. A reminder here that Nahar, number 16, is a non-runner. It means that the reserve, Marshoom, number 21, gets a run. Other absentees, the other 3 reserves, 22, 23 and 24. Marshoom, the reserve who's got in, looks a big player. 0 from 2 so far, but has shown plenty of speed and will take the draw that Nahar was due. That's stall 1. Can't be bad. So they continue to load up. Another big field here. Most of these races today have been run with full fields. And we're now down to the final half a dozen or so for this maiden contest. 20,000 Saudi Riyals on offer to the winner. Main is still one of those out of line. Al-Shabar heading in as well. And also Saudi Moon. Saudi Moon might well be the last one. So best of luck here. Set to go. Spread across the track at the 1600 metre start. Under orders and they're racing. And breaking out smartly is Maqam in the light blue colours, will be one of the first ones to show, with Dahabir up around the outside in the red jacket, and Al-Tarab in the green and white is also handy as they cover early ground. Marshoum is right over towards the inside and is being tracked through in these early stages by Dr. Nicholas, and then a little wider out of that one as they race on through the opening quarter of a mile or so, as they head on down the back straight Bain, and also a little wider Al-Shabar as they head now towards the end of the back straight. Right towards the back end of the field at this point is Hazoom, and another one towards the rear end is Creative Time. That one's got an awful lot to do, one of the fancied runners as well. But out of the back straight they head, and it is Maqam, a very narrow leader from King's Road, who's now moved up into second spot, with back in third and nicely positioned along the inside Marshoum from that stall one, and they are a few lengths away from the others as they're coming around the home turn. Al-Tarab is following with Dr. Nicholas as they're now swinging back on in, and Bark Al-Fahad is trying hard to finish off, and in fairness is doing so. And Badran also. Down the home straight they come. Now Marshoum taking it up along the inside, has gone on narrowly with moving off in pursuit down the outside. Bark Al-Fahad in the green and white colours, the white cap, trying hard to get a bit closer, and then staying on really well is Mitol Boy down the centre of the track in the yellow. It's Marshoum who's got first run, but Mitol Boy is coming home very strongly towards the outside. Mitol Boy getting to Marshoum, and Mitol Boy gets up to beat Marshoum with running on strongly Dr. Nicholas and also Creative Time. Creative Time down the outside, probably just grabbing the third spot. It was close for the minors in behind, but success going to Mitol Boy, and Mohammed Al-Yami has got through to land the prize. And in the end has won going away. Marshoum just tying up a little bit in the closing stages and run down near the line. And Mitol Boy in a time of 1 minute 44.64 seconds has gone on to win. Marshoum beaten a length and a quarter back into second place. Creative Time was third, and Bark Al-Fahad ran fourth. It is Mitol Boy, though, who's gone on to land the prize and breaks his duck at the 10th time of asking.
الله يبارك فيك.
اوكي اوكي.
just over 5 minutes away now from a purebred Arabian contest to be run over the 1600-metre trip. It's a maiden contest, and Shagol Al Mori is of those most prominent in the betting on the international markets here, and is in at 13-8 with Azi Al Kanon at 4-1, the same price as Kaflat Gouda, with at 6-1 Al Nabaj, Sunset Al Ashai at 7-1, 11-1 Afir Afbar, Al Naila at 14-1 with Gala Alderman, and it is 18-1 bar those. So the runners are making their way down to the start, and Shagal Al Mori, who's coming out of stall number 19, is a well-fancied contender here. Now the non-runners, they're the reserves, 21 through to 24, so a full field again of 20. Stall 19 here for Shagal Al Mori, as we were saying, horse number 4. Pretty highly rated individual, and finished 8th, but only beat one home in the Group 1 Arabian Trophy at Saint-Cloud in France the last time he was seen. But this is a Saudi debut for new connections, and very much rates at the one to beat. Now in the care of Sami Al-Muteri, and Mohammed Aldaham will be taking the ride on Shagal Al Mori, who looks to make a winning Saudi start. So they're gathering down at the post. Azi Al Kanon and Kaflat Gouda definitely rate players here. Azi Al Kanon with Mohammed Al Habib on board will be coming out of stall number 16. Had a couple of goes at Taif over the summer, and was 6th in Cup company last time. Definitely rates a contender here. And Kaflat Gouda with Nawaf Al Mudiani taking the ride. Shaped pretty well when running 3rd of 18 on a 1400-metre debut. Back that up with a good 4th placed effort in a similar contest, and again rates one with a chance here today. But Shagal Al Mori, for all that he only beat one home last time out, it was in a much higher graded race than this. And here in Saudi now looks to get off the mark as the runners are gathering down at the post. That's Ruyof Abu Habel going through shot there, the grave. Salman Al Rashid now taking the ride. Wasn't published on all race cards, but Salman Al Rashid is piloting number 18, Ruyof Abu Habel. So the runners, 20 of them, are down at the start, and we are around about 3 minutes away from post time, which local time in Riyadh is 6:55 p.m. And another one we can pay a little bit of attention to here, I think, is Al Nabaj. Al Nabaj, who's up towards the top of the race card here. Muafa Al Rukai taking the ride, taking off 3 kilo allowance as well. 11 for 14 over 1200 metres here last time. However, going significantly up in a trip today, up another couple of furlongs, which might just bring about a wee bit of improvement from Al Nabaj. Clearly keen to try something different here. And this one owned by the Jcsa Al-Thahab stable, and could run a nice race here. Pretty well berthed in at stall 4. Now I did notice on the way to post there looked to be a slight colour change with one of them. There was some blue and white diamonds. We have a couple here in blue and white checks, so we'll keep an eye on that. There's the 11, that's definitely checks for Motased. Nawaf Al Fayrouz taking the ride. They came in all shapes and sizes here. 5, Eklil Al Riyadh, tiny little pony in the paddock. Abdullah Al Saidi on board. Eklil Al Riyadh, one of the smallest who'll be running here today. It can happen in these purebred Arabian contests. And the loading up process is underway. Quite a few of them have already gone forward. And we're down to the final half a dozen or so. Shagal Al Mori still to head into the stalls. Al Nabaj about to take up position as well, with Muafa Al Rukai taking the ride. 14 about to go forward. That's Al Naylor. Muhammad Al Nassar taking off a kilo here. It's had 2 runs and ran pretty well last time out, in all truth, when finishing third. The almost white-grey heading forward there is Moet Al-Baha, the man of Abdulaziz Al-Yesh, taking off the pound. Down the field in both runs so far. Last one to head forward will be this Al Nabaj, by the looks of things. Just having a bit of a think about it, but getting there now. And once again, spread from rail to rail at the start. 20 of them, we're ready. And they're off, jumping away, and a little bit slow in getting going, and rousted along is Al Nabaj in the early stages, but now ridden up to be one of those lying up fairly handily. But up towards the outside, Moet Al-Baha, the lighter grey, has taken it up and runs with enthusiasm through the opening furlong, and is pursued closely with Al Nabaj over towards the inside. Eklil Al Riyadh, the little pony, is bang there as well in the early stages in that green coloured jacket, and they're being followed by Motased, who's over towards the inside. Then a little bit wider out is Mumtaz Dahem in the red and black colours, with wider out on the track Chagall Al Mori, and that one keeps company towards the end of the back straight with Nura, as they now race left-handed. Moet Al-Baha goes on here by around about 2 to 3 lengths, and still races with a degree of enthusiasm as they're now making the run back towards the entrance to the home straight. Nura has now gone off in pursuit, but running wide, with off the bridle now Chagall Al Mori back in behind them, and then looking to come into it is Al Naylor. That one travelling quite sweetly in the light blue. I think Chagall Al Mori is a beaten horse here, but they're all going to have to go some to get to this grey as they make the journey on into the home straight. Moet Al-Baha and Abdulaziz Al-Yesh have struck for home, but in the wing mirrors Al Naylor is now beginning to look threatening, in all truth, and is bridging the gap slowly but surely, and they're racing on with Azi Al Canon running on well down the outside into third. Might well press for second shortly, because getting quite tired now is Moet Al-Baha, having set a strong pace. With the advantage it is Al Naylor from Azi Al Canon, who does now run through into second place, but is running out of time to catch Al Naylor and Muhammad Al Nassar, who come home in front. Second position is Azi Al Canon, with the staying on Maestro de Crote through for third, and then in fourth was Moet Al-Baha, who made a bold bid. Yeah, that's how they've come home. It's gone the way of the 14 Al Naylor in a time of 1 minute 54.13 seconds. Muhammad Al Nassar in the saddle, and this one proving too good. Wins ridden out from Azi Al Canon, who stayed on well for the second spot, and then Maestro de Croat, who has come home a further length and 3/4 back in third. Al Naylor winning by 2 3/4 lengths. Moet Al-Baha, who put in a good shift, was back in fourth, but just got a bit tired in the closing stages. The big disappointment of the race was Chagall Al Mori, the short-priced favourite, who ran in a Group 1, an international Group 1 across in France last time out. This was Chagall Al Mori's Saudi debut. It hasn't exactly gone to plan, but Al Naylor it is, runs out at the winner of our 9th race.
شكرا حبيبي. شكرا الحمد لله. شكرا يا غالي.
We're not going to be too far away from our 10th race. It's a Fillies Open, and prize money going up a little bit now. 85,000 Saudi Riyals in win and place prize money. 13 of them, a full field here, racing over the 1,600-metre trip. And on the international betting market, Al-Kansar is the favourite and is in at 11-4, with Taha.com at 3-1, Nayara at 4-1, with Motawathabar at 9-2. Al Jamana at 10-1, with Waraya at 11s, Al Waliya at 14-1 with Amber Blossom, Ayart at 16-1 with Saudi Aromatic, Renard at 20s, Ragid at 25-1, and Gassana at 40-1. They're making their way to post then, and Al-Kansar is up at the head of that international betting market. And Al-Kansar number 1 on the card, Azil Al-Zahani taking the ride. This one's a 3 times winner, ran 5th of 20 in a 2,000-metre open race earlier on in the month, and it might just be that Al-Kansar back down in trip to this 1,600-metre contest. That's going to be a good move here for Al-Kansar, who bids to register a 4th Saudi Arabia win. But there are dangers, and Taha.com, who is in at 3-1 on the international betting front, won on debut in great style over 1,200 metres, having blown the start, but stayed on really strongly and won easily in the end, and now bidding to make it 2 from 2. Farhad Al Faradi taking the ride, and there could be plenty more to come from Taha.com, who rates a big player here for the Ahmed Abdul Wahid stable. Of the others, as they gather down at the start, Nayara 4-1, another who's got previous winning form. Nayara number 6 on the card, actually won a cup here over 1,600 metres. That was back in January, and finished 5th of 20 in Group 1 company as well. Off the track for some 8 months, but certainly there's plenty of ability there. Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride. She's 2 from 8 is Nayara, and rates another key contender here for this Fillies Open. So the runners are down at the start now. There is the 6-in shot, that is Nayara, with her bright yellow cheek pieces. She represents trainer Faisal Al-Adhayani. As I say, Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride, a daughter of Palace Malice. And a strong contender here. A few with chances, though. We've got the 13 of them. Motawathabar, representing the white stable, is a 5-1 chance on the international betting front, and stays really well at this sort of trip, and managed to win an open race at Taif back in August over this 1,600-metre distance. She wasn't as good last time, though. That was a rare, disappointing run for Motawathabar, who generally is a very consistent individual. Camille Ospina taking the ride today and looking for a double on the card. And if she bounces back, Motawathabar, she is definitely one who needs to be respected, as the runners are down at the post here for this Fillies Open. Race 10 of 12 here today, 13 of them in total. And once again on that international betting market, Al-Kansar at 3-1. But given that they're going 3-1 the field, it shows just how wide open on paper this appears. I'll be loading up shortly, all taking in the prelims nicely. Certainly one of the better races on the card here today. There's the 7 going through shot, that's Al Jamana. Treble seeking Alexis Marino in the saddle on Al Jamana. And this one 1 from 5 in her career so far, and the win came early on in the career, 10 months off the track. But on all known form and figures, probably just needs to improve a little bit. So they are loading the stalls here. It shouldn't take too long for this Fillies Open. We are at post time of 4:20 locally, or 7:20 locally. 4:20 if you're watching from the the UK. The runners are heading in for this, the third last race of the day over in Riyadh. Been an enjoyable card as well. We've had some close finishes and some fairly impressive winners as well. The 8 heading in, that's Taha Kom, and looking forward to seeing how she gets on. As I say, she didn't really have any right, given what she did at the start, to win on her debut last time, but she won it by a long way, having completely messed up the start, and she's about to slot into the stalls here. Stall 13 for Taha Kom, right on the outside. Will she be a bit faster away today? But she certainly looked to have an engine. She falls into that sort of could be anything bracket. So we're just about set, lined up, and in Riyadh, they're off. They jump away, and Taha Kom was away on terms today. It is Motawathabar who shows up prominently, though, with for company as well Warrior up towards the outside, the red jacket, white cap, and deeper still, red jacket, red cap, Al Walia is also showing good early speed. Right down along the inside goes Gassada, who's being tracked along the inside by Ayart as they continue their run going down the back. In the mix as well is Al Jamana as they race on now towards the end of the back straight, and picking up the running Al Walia under Abdullah Alorf. He goes on by half a length or so. They are tightly grouped. In second position up towards the outside is Taha Kom, who's made some good ground up now as they're about to make this left-handed run. Nayara is in the mix as well, and through along the inside is Saudi Aromatic as they're galloping left-handed back towards the straight. Warrior is following those, then comes Al Kansar, and they're now on the run to the final 600 metres, and we've got a wave of 4 of them towards the inside. Saudi Aromatic with ridden along now up in between horses as they make the run back towards the straight. Nayara here around the outside, cruising into it is Taha Kom, and they're now leaving Al Walia behind, who was a leading member of that line of 4, but not anymore. And look at this Taha Kom go. There's some engine here. Taha Kom has moved well. Al Kansar now moving off in pursuit, goes into second place, but hasn't got a chance because this Taha Kom has got speed to burn. Looked impressive on debut, and even more so here, more professional today. And Taha Kom eased down. There is an engine in Taha Kom. Taha Kom is 2 out of 2. Oh, looks really smart. Second place is Al Kansar. Through possibly for third along the inside, Saudi Aromatic without wider. Al Jamana trying to pick up. Taha Kom and Fahad Al Faradi absolutely destroyed them. And my word, this is a talented filly. She's 3 years old. She's 2 out of 2 in her career, and both times she's won with plenty in hand. She scores today in a time of 1 minute 43.1 seconds, getting the better of Al Kansar by 4.5 lengths. Winning margin for Taha Kom, and it was very close in the end for third, which is just taking some sorting out. But as we can see on the slow motion replay here, she's beautifully put together as well, isn't she? And coasting up to the line, the job was well and truly done. It's that turn of foot that she's able to show. And that's going to take her a long way in her races, as she no doubt will be going further up in grade over the coming weeks. And, well, who knows, we might well be seeing her in a big race at the big meeting here later on in the season. I think that goes down as the most impressive winner of the day. Taha Kom, 2 out of 2. Fahad all smiles and no surprises there, because this is a filly who has got a really decent turn of foot. She kicked and she killed. She was away, and Taha Kom has gone on to win this handsomely enough. We're still waiting for that result for third place to come through. That is obviously very close, but Taha Kom remains unbeaten with another stylish success.
شباب يلا هنا
Runners are now at the post for race 11, our penultimate of the day here in Riyadh. And back to maiden company again here, and it's a 2-year-old race. They're down at the start. Just circling. Looks a pretty interesting field. The favourite on the international betting front is Sharafan, who's in at 2-1 for the White Stable. It's very much a case of White Stable taking on Red Stable here, because Ibn Al Walid is in at 9-4, and they're drawn next door to one another as well in stalls 1 and 2. So it would be no great surprise to see these two completely rip it up off the front here. Obviously, they wouldn't want to be setting it up for a closer necessarily, but to see these two both out on terms, I think is a very possible way of play here. So they're down at the start and circling. Ibn Al Walid, who's here on debut today. I suppose that's another sort of thing to take into consideration here. They are both newcomers, so Ibn Al Walid and Sharafan, so whether they're going to sort of have the nous to break out and dominate this together, but they certainly do appeal on paper, representing two very powerful yards. Ibn Al Walid, son of Gayaf, and Sharafan, out of, or by Charlatan, out of a US bred mare who won a couple of times and cost plenty of money. Now, a reminder here of the non-runners. We're reduced to a field of 15 here. Numbers 6, 7, 9, 12, 14, 21, 22, 23 and 24. They are all out here. I'll repeat those. Numbers 6, 7, 9, 12, 14, 21, 22, 23 and 24. All of those are out. It leaves us with a field of 15 for this 11th race on the card. 17 horse just in the middle at the moment. That's Riyadh Thunder. Naif Al Anazi taking the ride on this one. Has had the 1 run so far, but finished down the field. Cans, who's a newcomer, in the middle as well at the moment. Guillermo Reynos taking the ride on this one, and is actually drawn next door to the 2 market principals here. But a very cheap purchase. There is Riyadh Thunder, just receiving a few last-minute tack adjustments here. And very shortly they will be heading behind. We've got a son of Saxon Warrior here as well, who UK and Irish viewers will be very familiar with. Al-Badir is that horse, but never really figured when running at Taif back in September. And this is now just a second start, and it's interesting that Connections have gone for a set of blinkers here for just this horse's second race. It wouldn't necessarily be a positive, that reaching for such a sort of severe form of headgear so early in one's career. But that's where Al-Badir finds himself. He'll be coming out of stall 18 and will be looking to take a real step forward on that first run. Riyadh Chrome is by California Chrome, horse number 16, and was a little bit better than what he'd shown, certainly on his first 2 runs last time out, where he finished 5th. He's a horse with a bit of early pace as well, and he's quite nicely berthed as well for one who could race handily. So Riyadh Chrome, certainly one who's not to be dismissed. Loading up then underway for this 11th race. The 4 horse heading forward, that's Akari, Fawaz Al-Shamari taking the ride, looking for a double on the day. Ricardo Souza Ferreira also looking for a double. He'll be on board at Ibn Al Walid. Mohamed Al Nassar as well. Al Malaz, he'll be riding. Mohamed Al Yami on Layamek, another who seeks a second winner here today. Camilo Ospina on Sharafan has a big chance, and treble seeking Alexis Marino partnering Samid, horse at number 18. So the final couple are about to load up here. It's an interesting maiden contest. White Stable and the Red Stable in a head-to-head here from the 2 inside stalls as well. What were the chances there? Shahir will be the last in. 15 runners then, and we're just about ready. Lined up. And off. Jumping away and breaking out well was Ibn Al-Walid, a little faster than Sharafam, but they're both going to race handily here along the inside. Indeed, they're 1 and 2, but now both overtaken on the wide outside by Riyadh Thunder, who with a rush is crossing over to show ahead, and they're being followed in these early stages by Jabal, who's a little wider out on the course, with chasing those Riyadh Chrome, that one in a blue cap over towards the inside. Anna Al Faisal is a little wider out on the track, and further down the pack to Rocket, and in behind Rocket goes Samid, and they're being chased by, at this stage, well down the pack, Shahir, as they're now about to turn left-handed out of the back straight, and it is Riyadh Thunder who shows by around about a length to, in second position, Ibn Al-Walid, and then around the outside is Samid, who's made some good headway and looks pretty threatening now in the grey coloured jacket, light blue cap. Off the bridle next is Sharafan, the horse with the big white face, and that one being followed back towards the entrance to the straight by Riyadh Chrome, but making the journey on in. Ibn Al-Walid in the red colours, just about ahead under Ricardo Souza Ferreira, with giving chase now on the outside. Jabal launching an effort as they make the run down the home straight, and it is Ibn Al-Walid from Jabal, and they're being followed by the one-paced Riyadh Thunder, with staying on well Anna Al Faisal, the blue sleeves and cap down the outside, but Ibn Al-Walid is holding on at the moment. Ibn Al-Walid chased hard by Jabal, and then down the outside Anna Al Faisal, but Ibn Al-Walid holding them all off and makes a winning debut, a workmanlike success. It was in second position Jabal, with Anna Al Faisal running on down the outside, and they came nicely away from the others. Double on the card for Ricardo Souza Ferreira as Ibn Al-Walid holds them off and goes on to win, and did it bravely as well from Jabal, who posed a big threat in the closing stages all the way throughout the duration of the home straight. Anna Al Faisal back in third. Ibn Al-Walid, though, was always just holding on and prevails in a time of 1 minute 44.98 seconds. Not the fastest time we've seen here today. Wins by a length over Jabal in second. Anna Al Faisal back in third, and Samid was through for fourth place. But knowing his job on debut there, Ibn Al-Walid has managed to cling on in gritty fashion.
طل لنا. يلا يلا سامي خلاص اجين خلاص اوكي ثانك يو.
And on to race 12, our finale. It's a purebred Arabian race here, a handicap for horses rated 0 to 75, and a full field of 20 in the absence of the 2 reserves. And the runners gathering down at the start for this closing event. And on the international betting market, Umran is at 5 to 2 favourite, with Thea Afbar at 3 to 1, Shmok Shah at 9 to 2, with Al Muzan at 15 to 2, and Swar Alamal at 10 to 1, Hadid at 11 to 1, with Maythab Al Zamili at 14 to 1, the same price as Ebiat Al Shuhaib, and Najashi at 18 to 1, Alam Al Gaya, and Astral del Sol, Hammurabi, Sabea Fadi, and Bin Muazzaz, and 20s bar. So it looks a wide open affair. Fully 4 minutes from post time. There's Hammurabi in shot, one of several greys in the field. But a tricky race to try and dissect. Umran, quite well fancied here. And Umran is a 7 times winner, who's actually now a pound below his latest winning mark. Getting on a little bit in years. 8 years old, but he's in his grade and likely to, I think, run quite a nice race here as runners gather down at the start. But it's one of those races, I think there's loads of chances. I think the 8 could go quite well. Hasn't run for 11 months ultimately, but stays well. And this is Al Muzan, by the way, but has run in stronger heats than this in some of those most recent starts, and has run with a lot of credit as well. So one who needs to be considered. The 9 horse just went through shot there. That was Bin Muazzaz, who's another of the greys, but drawn widest here in stall number 20, which does make life a little bit tricky. One who could go quite well here is the 4. This is Sajan Al-Khaledia, with Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride. This one will be coming out of stall number 12. 4th in a maiden contest here back at last week. Still improvement to come, though, you'd imagine here. Looks unexposed. There's Hadid just going through shot, followed round by Al Muzan, who we've been touching on. There's the 12 going through shot as well. That's Jazam Afbar, with Ali Al-Mutib taking the ride. Stall 14 for Jazam Afbar, who's 0 from 21 and is probably unlikely to be making it 22nd time lucky on all known evidence. So the runners very shortly will be heading behind for this, our final race. Thank you for joining us here today for the action from Riyadh. We'll be back tomorrow and Saturday as well. Lots of chances here in a very competitive finale. As I say, plenty of greys. There's Hadid going through shot, followed round by Al Muzan, who looks to be one of the strong contenders here. Hammurabi followed round by Jazam Afbar as well. And just following that one round, the 10 horse here, Loki du Soleil, with Rayan Al Touesh taking the ride. Stall 16 for that one, but only beat 2 home in a 2,000 metre handicap here last week, and that run really will need improving on in order to get competitive here. There's the 14. That's Ebiat Al Shuhaib with Abdullah Al Saidi, not down on every race card, but it is Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride on this grey mare, now a 5-year-old. There's the 5, Umran, going through shot there nice and slowly, and Fawaz Al Shamari on board, seeking a second winner here today, and looks to hold very fair claims of doing it. But it is a wide open affair. Lots of different chances here. And for this final race, they are loading. Loading up processes have been very efficient all day, really. Astral del Sol about to go in. Khalid Al Mamoni taking the ride on this one. Out of line as well. 17 Swar Alamal with Feras Al Sunaitan on board, taking off 3 kilo allowance. Bisat Al-Ri about to head forward. This is the 9, Bin Muazzaz. Abdulaziz Al-Yesh taking off a kilo here. Just a 4-year-old, but that wide draw of stall 20 to overcome, it won't be easy. And now we're down to the final 5 by the looks of things. Lots and lots of greys in this. Hadid, Sajan Al-Khaladia, Umran, Bin Muazzaz, Jazam Athbar, Baja Al-Wazmir, Abiat Al-Shuhaib, Najashi, Hammarabi, pretty much half the field. The final couple heading in here, Najashi, and also out of line is Al-Muzan, who will be the last one with the aid of the blindfold to slot into the stalls. Muhammad Al-Nassar seeking a second winner on the card. Ready to go then for the finale, 1,600 metres in front of the field. Set and racing. Off they go, and as they break away, one of the first ones to show, well, Abiad Al-Shuhaib is one of the front runners, and also up there is Hadid, who broke efficiently, and down the outside, moving forward now, Bin Muazzaz to possibly take up the overall running, with Wazam not too far away either, and they're being chased through in the red colours by Bisat Al-Ri as they make their progress going down the far side of the track. And not too far off the speed either, Swar Alamal is over towards the inside. Bin Muazzaz, though, is out in front by half a length or so, with Abiad Al-Shuhaib prominent, and Swar Alamal is over towards the inside, with not too far off them at this point Alam Al-Gaya, who's parked a little bit wider out, as shortly they'll be making the turn left-handed out of the back straight. A tightly grouped field here. Hadid is in the mix as well, with over towards the inner Sabayam Al-Fadi, and out a bit wider on the track, Al-Muzan now looking to make up some ground as they're on the home turn and just outside the 600. And it is Swar Alamal, the light blue and yellow jacket, over towards the inside, with Lockheed de Soleil now making ground around the outer, and Bin Muazzaz battling on well in the centre, and goes back on now. Swar Alamal begins to fade, but here to the outside, Al-Muzan making some very smooth progress in the yellow sleeves. The horse with the white face appears to be swinging away. Al-Muzan under Muhammad Al-Nassar now goes on into the lead, with giving chase Umran, the grey, staying on well down the outside, is going to make a race of it. It is Al-Muzan from Umran. Umran getting closer to Al-Muzan as they race inside the final 100 yards. And down the near side it is Umran. On the far side is Al-Muzan. They're hooking up in a terrific battle to our final race. Just going on is Umran, the head slightly proud. But he's just got to do enough. It's Umran who gets there from Al-Muzan across the line in second. Very close in the end for third place, with several of them involved. Hadid was running on. Bang there as well, Lockheed de Soleil. And also in the mix was the battling on Swar Alamal. Good finish to our final race. Umran and Fawaz Al-Shamari. Fawaz gets a double on the card, and despite holding the head slightly high, has just managed to run Al-Muzan out of it, and a good finish between the two. It's gone to Umran by a narrow margin, winning the final race in a time of 1 minute 54.65 seconds. Umran home in front. We'll get you the distances shortly. Al-Muzan home in second place, beaten a neck in the end. Has run bravely, had the others stone cold, but couldn't quite resist the late challenge of Umran on the outside, who's got up in the final few strides. And the two of them pulled nicely away from the others. It was close for the miners in behind. Those are delighted Fawaz Al-Shamari. That's a big day for him, registering a double. In Muazzaz, best of the rest, finished in third. Lockheed du Soleil across the line in fourth place. But a titanic battle to our final race, and it's Umran who comes out on top.
صورتكم يلا تقدم. البركة. شوف الله يبارك فيك. الحمد لله.